9, 10. Także witam serdecznie wszystkich.
Okay, so once again, let me welcome all of you at our final meeting within our project, focusing on the promotion of the best practices with regard to the engagement of the employees in the energy sector, mining and energy sector, in decision-making processes. So to put it simply, negotiating all of the issues with the social partners. Let me welcome our co-leader, that is the Council of OPZZ for the Dolnośląski Voivodeship, as well as our colleagues from Bulgaria, colleagues from Portugal, Serbia, and our colleagues from the Central European Chamber of Commerce from Poland. This is our third international meeting. Apart from that, we held our local national meetings. This is the third meeting for all of us. The topic we've been studying is very vast. It is very interesting. And we have we have studied the methods that employees and employers are applying in order to reach the goals of energy transition. In Poland, it's a very sensitive issue. Why is it so? In Poland, the energy sector is primarily based on fossil fuels. I believe that the society in our country is mature enough that it is aware of the fact that the progress cannot be turned back. These processes cannot be eliminated. All of us need to find a way together. We need to find a way to reach broad acceptance for this green transition, to make it acceptable to workers, to countries, to avoid its adverse impact on consumers. Because we do know that turning off conventional power plants, the ones that are coal-fueled, would, in my opinion, have unpredictable and unfavorable effects for our citizens. So this is all from myself. Now let me hand over the floor to Dominic, who certainly has collected a lot of materials from our meetings, who has studied the papers that we have prepared and will moderate our meeting today. Over to you, Dominic. Thank you very much. Thank you to the leader of our project for this very warm welcome. Welcome to all of you at this final conference. I'm very pleased to see all of you today. It is a meeting that concludes the 20 months of our work, our adventure within the Participative Energy project. And as Mr. Deszkiewicz has already said, the key topic of our project, which was a little bit unexpected, I must admit, turned out to be the response of the mining and energy sector to the European Green Deal policy. Let me remind you that our project was aimed at dealing with the dispute resolution primarily, but it seems that it cannot be discussed in isolation from the key issue that the energy sector is facing today, that is the Green Deal policy. This issue came up during the very first meeting during our project, where when we discussed the potential reasons for industrial disputes in a partnership. And it is one of the key conclusions that we have also included in our final reports that have been delivered to you. But not to prolong, let me move on to the presentation. And in my presentation, I will seek to summarize our project to show you its structure and to underscore the key conclusions that we have drawn from our major activities. So let me now share the screen with you. Just wait a second. Okay, so we are about to start. Okay, great. So today I will focus on presenting two key documents that are tangible deliverables of our project. The first of them is the summary of the research methodology that is described in the conflict prevention manual. So the conflict prevention methodology described in conflict prevention manual. And the second important deliverable within our project is the manual itself. Our partners represented 5 countries: Bulgaria, Poland, Portugal, Serbia, and Spain. So we had an occasion to collaborate with workers and employers coming from different countries, different clusters of industrial relations. So it gave us an opportunity to identify certain differences between countries, but surprisingly, it turned out that over the last years, these processes have been quite similar, although they were developing at a different pace. So just to refresh the structure of our project, let me remind you that our project started with a research phase. So all of the partners developed a report on dispute resolution, collective dispute resolution in their respective country, obviously referring to the legislation that lays the ground and the framework for these processes, as well as with reference to the practices in the mining and energy sector. The conclusions were discussed primarily during the roundtable in May of 2023, and then on the basis of the discussion and the national reports, 2 key reports were developed, as I have already mentioned. So, in order to provide our partners with certain tools to be used for the purposes of conflict resolution, we also held national online training sessions. And these specifically focused on certain techniques and strategies of conflict prevention, obviously preventing conflicts at the company level, and then how to alleviate and resolve such conflicts as fast and as efficiently as possible. So our meeting today is the final conference, and here you can see in the slide once again the information on the workflow of our activities. So on the basis of 5 national analysis, we have developed the key deliverables, so the methodology manual and the national trainings. All of these instruments have been prepared in the languages of our partners. So now let me move on to the description of the key outcomes of our research country by country. I do hope that you have already received the documents and you are able to consult the details. Let me just draw your attention to certain key outcomes, key conclusions from our project. I will also try to generalize certain conclusions applicable to all. Let me start with the legislative landscape. Dispute resolution is an important element of international law. What do I mean by that? I would like to point out to the ILO convention that defines a collective dispute as such. Please have a look at this definition. It was developed rather late, only in 1993, but it exists nevertheless, so it's a valid point of reference. So, a labor dispute in the context of industrial relations is a state of disagreement over a particular issue or a group of issues over which there is a conflict between workers and employers. This definition also allows for expressing disagreement in support of other workers or in support of employers, and it makes an important element of this definition. So, this dispute may concern matters relevant to workers in a specific company or sector, or may also be an expression of support for other workers as well. So, other workers who are fighting for other issues, other interests. So, what are the matters that collective disputes may concern? All of the aspects of working conditions, wages, as well as elements regarding social security and social benefits, and then also the rights and freedoms of workers. So that's all as far as basic definitions are concerned. As regards international law, the right to collective agreement is governed by a number of provisions. There are many provisions of international law that apply to it, especially two conventions of International Labour Organization. The first one is the convention number 98. So the right to organize and the right to collective bargaining of 1949. So it was adopted relatively early. And then Convention 154 on collective bargaining of 1981. The right to collective bargaining is also enshrined in the European Social Charter. Article 6 of this convention refers to collective bargaining directly. There's also Article 28 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU. It includes collective bargaining into the catalogue of fundamental rights. So we can see that this workers' right is being emphasized here. And then finally, the European Pillar for Social Rights, its Article 8, once again underscores the importance of this right and provides member states with a framework for putting in place and developing their own collective bargaining systems. Let us move on to strikes. Here, the situation is a little bit more complex. Well, we have to say that a strike is the final stage of a collective dispute if the previous stages have not resulted in an agreement. In such a case, workers may decide to abstain from further work. All of us know what a strike is, but there is one important thing that needs to be said in the context of legislation. So, the right to strike is not governed, it is not regulated clearly in any convention of ILO, unlike the right to collective bargaining. So, the right to strike or the freedom to engage in strike activity is governed by national legislation. So it is an important fact in many countries, including those that are members of our partnership. The right to strike is enshrined in the national constitution, but in other countries, there is no explicit reference to a right to strike in a constitution, but this right is somehow assumed. Yet in other countries, the right to strike is regulated by regular acts of law, and it may take different forms. There is a whole broad range of possible activities. So employees may decide to abstain from work for a fixed or an undefined period of time, or perhaps they may be entitled to engage in some more limited forms of protest. Okay, so let us have a look at the specifics of this right in specific member states. But let me just give you a hint. If you wanted to look for more information going beyond the report that we have developed, but if you want to keep up to date, I encourage you to visit the Eurofound website. I hope that by clicking, I will access the website now smoothly. Well, you need no further explanations about Eurofound. It's a website kept by the European Commission. It's dedicated to workers' rights and collective bargaining. So it contains a collection, a bank of knowledge on this topic, including a so-called country profile sections where you can find information on member states and on candidate states. So you may then click the relevant country, and I would love to now show you information from Poland. And so there you can find more information regarding collective industrial relations, as well as information on the resolution of collective disputes. I wouldn't like to focus too much on that, and let me now return to my presentation. It was just a quick hint on where to find updated information once our project is over. So let us start with Bulgaria. The right to collective bargaining in Bulgaria, it is enshrined in the Bulgarian constitution. Obviously, it also makes part of the labor code. However, details can be found in a separate act of law. It is called the Law on the Settlement of Collective Labor Disputes, and this is the key legal act of reference for this matter. Apart from that, there is a document that's called a rule book. It is an executive act. It is a sort of guidebook which describes the way in which collective disputes should be handled. It was published by the National Institute for Conciliation and Arbitration. Yes, it's quite difficult to translate it in Polish, actually. I hope that our translators will have better ideas than I did. So this is the information on the sources of law in Bulgaria. If you want to learn more, please consult our report. And in Poland, we also have a separate act of law that actually governs the resolution of industrial disputes. It was adopted immediately following the political transformation, and it's a piece of legislation that was in very broad use, especially in the 1990s during these very intense restructuring processes. So at that time, these rules were applied much more frequently than today, and representatives of both trade unions and employers have a good opinion about this law, and they consider it a good piece of legislation that ensures clarity in this field. So it assumes three stages for collective industrial disputes. So this process starts with negotiations, then it proceeds to mediation, obviously on condition that negotiations have failed. And if both of these phases do not end with an agreement, then employees on certain conditions can go on strike. And one of these conditions is a trade union referendum. Now, let us move on to Portugal. Portugal is yet another country where the right to collective bargaining and the right to strike specifically is enshrined in the constitution. So the constitution that was adopted in 76, so immediately following the systemic transformation in Portugal, detailed rules on collective disputes were simply introduced into the labor law. So there are some specific articles in the labor code that you can see in the slide. And as a result, it seems that this legislation is relatively well integrated. Specific provisions are all located in a single place in the labor code. Now, Serbia. In Serbia, there is no reference to collective bargaining or to strike in the constitution. Nevertheless, there is a separate piece of law of 1996 that is on strikes specifically. It doesn't differ much of what we have seen in other countries, but what is specific to Serbia is the fact that in Serbia there is an agency for the peaceful settlement of labor disputes. And this agency, this institution, plays a crucial role not only in regulating this matter, but in the very practice of collective dispute resolution. It is engaged in these processes and it enjoys a very broad authority, both on the part of trade unions and employers. So it is a slightly different system than elsewhere. And here the agency plays a very prominent role rather than the parties to the dispute themselves, which is the case in most of the other countries. Now, Spain. In Spain, this legal landscape is a little bit more developed. So the right to strike is regulated by a royal decree of 1977. Now, on top of that, it's also enshrined in the Spanish constitution and confirmed by the judgment of the Constitutional Court of 1981. So, as a result, it is a right that is reconfirmed in numerous places. According to this legislation, we can distinguish between two different types of industrial disputes. So, between strikes and lockouts. So, these two elements are distinguished by the law. Apart from that, there is yet another important element, and it is the collective agreement. Collective agreements make a crucial element of the industrial relations in Spain. In Spain, collective agreements and the process of collective bargaining is of key importance. In this field, one important piece of legislation is the agreement of 1996. So it's one of the sources of law. And this agreement was renewed for yet another period until 2024 for the key, most important trade unions and employees' organizations. So maybe now we could hear from our colleagues from Spain whether there are any plans to extend this agreement even further. It could be interesting to us to hear if this agreement will be extended or not. And one of the provisions of this agreement establishes a foundation. It is a private foundation dedicated to the resolution of collective disputes. It's the Interconfederal Service for Mediation and Arbitration, and it is financed by the state, and it is managed autonomously by the social partners, so representatives of both trade unions and employers' organizations. So, as you can see, also in Spain, we do have an institution that supports the social partners in the process of dispute resolution. And in Spain, we therefore have this sort of mixed approach that combines the elements found in Serbia, so this agency, this institution, and the solutions that are simply enshrined in the law. As for results of our research, let me now move on to presenting conclusions from the research stage. So that was presented in the methodology for collective dispute resolution.
Kilka słów o każdym z tych krajów w oparciu o...
Well, let me refer specifically to each country on the basis of respective country reports. Let us start with Portugal. Here, I'll suggest a slightly different order that will follow the clusters. So I'll start with Southern European countries, and then I'll move on to subsequent clusters, which are represented in our partnership.
Muszę przyznać, że tutaj będziemy mieli do czynienia z kilkoma powtórzeniami.
Well, I must admit that there will be certain repetitions. So there will be this buzzword, the European Green Deal. I think it's hardly surprising that this concept will be one of the focal concepts in here.
So let's turn to Portugal.
zbiorowych w ostatnich latach.
In recent years, there have been a number of collective disputes,
zachowawczo-energetyczny.
primarily in the energy and mining sector.
Punktem spornym była kwestia
What the
osiągnięcia
point of dispute, heavily disputed, was the issue of closing down two electricity production units, power plants, and one oil refining unit. Well, they were parts of a system, one concept, and they were closed down under the influence of the European Green Deal. Our partners suggested that the rate of closing down these entities was too hasty, and in their opinion, the decision was made without the necessary preparation. Perhaps it was too hasty a decision, well, that's according to the authors of the report. And then the natural consequence of closing down two power producing units and while refining plant, well, that closing down resulted in group redundancies.
Tych podmiotów państwo w ramach szerokich polityk publicznych mogą zaoferować.
So there was a package, or there were certain packages offered to the workers in the process of group layoffs. And here the opinion was that the offers were largely insufficient and inadequate. And this process, the very process, was far from fair. This transformation was not a just transformation, was too hasty. The support package offered to employees being made redundant was inadequate and insufficient, and these workers were left to their own devices.
Opinia związków zawodowych w procesie była
Then labor unions and their opinion was ignored in the process. The role of the social dialogue was narrowed down to small margins, and perhaps that was a manifestation of a shock therapy in that sector in Portugal, something that we Poles remember very well from 1990s. Then the report offers general conclusions on the status of collective dispute and social dialogue. So the report mentions a number of deficits in this regard, and it also mentions that the right to us employees' participation in management is insufficiently respected or ignored. So the outcome of this report, well, conclusions from this report is quite pessimistic. Now let's move on to Spain. In spite of expectations that we could potentially have, that we could expect some similarities in the southern cluster, Spain proved to have an entirely different situation. Certainly, there is this common denominator, which is the impact of the European Green Deal on the mining and energy sector. Still, it seems that the European policy at large was broadly consulted with social partners. The consultation process was spread over time, over many years. agreements were signed between social partners with regard to the social consent and the framework of action, setting out the operational frame for the mining sector. So at the start of the past decade, so that was specifically 2013, 2018, there was some framework set out about withdrawal from this coal mining sector. Note that these are years before the European Green Deal policy. A lot was being said about decarbonizing at the European level. And then there were certain international obligations when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, the Paris Protocol and other protocols reached at the European and international level, at the UN level, for example. Still, that was before the European Green Deal was agreed upon and adopted. Then, in subsequent years, the framework agreement was signed for the period 2018 2027, and here 19 and 2027, and here you can read about fair and just transformation for coal mines, and then just energy transition, etc. And on top of that, there was this agreement for the just energy transition for closing power plants was signed. So it was about closing down coal-powered power producing plants and units. And here we have the latest agreement. So it seems, according to the report of our Spanish partners. So that agreement was signed in 2021, and it guaranteed 150 million euro from Spanish budget. And it also provided for the creation of the Institute for Just Transition and offered certain concepts for and agreements for this just transition. On top of that, there is nearly 900 million euros from Just Transition Fund guaranteed in Spain for these activities. So we can see that this decarbonization policy had been in place before the European Green Deal was adopted. And once it was adopted, that policy has been continued and grown. Then on top of that, funds were sourced and created that would guarantee the necessary financial support for the regions and for industries. Here we have organizations of employers and trade unions engaged. So about these agreements and what they are now in practice. Well, let's leave this discussion and come to the next part of this session. But apparently, all these processes are arranged in agreement with social partners. Now let us move on to Eastern Europe. Let us start with Bulgaria. So let us start with Southern Europe again, Southeastern Europe. Here, the situation is different. So far, not much has happened in Bulgaria when it comes to decarbonization and the European Green Deal implementation. The report mentions absence of any actions and measures and reports submitted by our colleagues list a long list of recommendations and concepts. So apparently this is still an early stage of the process. So there are certain plans and hopes, but still there are concerns. These concerns were expressed in our project. These concerns relate to insufficient engagement of project partners in this project. We know that Bulgaria is a partner with a large share of carbohydrate combustion, since coal mining is a very well-developed and large industry. Mines are centered in one region in that country, so the transformation will mean that this mining and energy producing region will be impacted. And this is only the start of the process. Now about Serbia. Here the context is very different. Serbia borders on Bulgaria directly, so we have here this geographical proximity. Now Serbia is an EU candidate country, so Serbia is not obliged to implement the European Green Deal requirements. So for now, this concept doesn't have many strong implications. But there are other factors like an increase in prices and inflation rate resulting from the escalation of the Ukrainian war, war in Ukraine. What's interesting here, our Serbian colleagues do not report on any major collective disputes in the recent period. So that indicates a relatively stable situation of employees in that sector. But then the report heavily criticizes the status of the social dialogue. So it's about employees and the right to consultations, the right to receiving information. Well, apparently Serbian law is doesn't offer as many rights as the European law does. So it's about enforcing these rights. The criticism refers to the social dialogue and social negotiations in the energy sector in the country. Let's speak about Poland now. A number of issues are covered in the report. The report speaks highly about the introduction of a law on resolving collective disputes. And this is the opinion of both trade unions and employers. About a year ago, amendment of that law was proposed. And at this point in time, we can say that that amendment will not go through. It won't be presented in the parliament because that law seems to be working quite well. The number of collective disputes have gone up in the sector that specializes in energy, steam, and hot water supply. So this sector is broader than the energy sector. And these disputes were triggered by three factors. That is the inflation rate, the increase of energy prices, the European Green Deal policy, which basically boils down to the program of closing down mines and moving to renewable energy sources. And then national policies were mentioned, and here specifically the anti-crisis shield, which is not directly related to Green Deal or energy. That anti-crisis shield introduced a number of vague concepts. So basically, that was the governmental concept for supporting enterprises and companies in connection with the COVID pandemic. There was this need to respond quickly to the crisis situation. Certain actions had to be taken on the spur of a moment, and they were not necessarily very well analyzed. So that chaos may have had an impact on the energy and mining sector in Poland. So here are the results of the Polish survey. So respondents suggested that the majority of collective disputes are triggered, are focused on the arguments and on the content of the agreement reached. So the parties approach each other, one another, as partners in negotiations, and objective is to reach an agreement. There were fewer mentions of collective disputes that would have this eruptive nature with elements of personal conflict, or a style which is called conciliation based or addressed style, which is based on trust and rooted in the concept of building long-term partnerships. Then there were some factors accelerating disputes mentioned in the report, and these were violation of industrial dispute procedures, disrespect or ignorance, ignoring partners. So that is the matter of communication, disrespectful communication, and acts of ignoring the other party in the conflict or in the dispute. So it's about attitude, or it's about the process itself. It is not necessarily about the very case, matter or cause of a dispute. Well, here the thing was to reach the right agreement. So apparently these collective disputes should be leading to reaching an agreement in a manner or with an effect which is to the satisfaction of employees. And the results of the qualitative survey indicated that there was less tension and fewer disputes in enterprises that have well-developed collective bargaining practices and with more trade unions. And I think it is obvious that when parties are in good communication, when they have this good exchange of information, that reduces tension and de-escalates conflict. Well, this fairly obvious conclusion has been obviously confirmed. So actually, I don't think I'm inventing a word here, but apparently, well, this is what works. So an intensive, true, transparent social dialogue leads to reduced tension. So these were the key conclusions from our research. Although this project focused on a resolution of collective disputes and practices and concepts in this respect, and included some tools to alleviate the tension in the collective disputes. Well, the key concepts here were the decarbonizing policy and this European Green Deal. So intentionally or unintentionally, or willingly or unwillingly, we had to focus somehow or refer somehow to the European Green Deal for obvious reasons.
So the second tangible deliverable of our project was the conflict prevention manual. I'm not going to discuss it in great detail. It is mostly for training, for practical purposes, so there is no point to elaborate on these matters, very detailed matters, in the context of our final conference. Let me just tell you that we have prepared this document. It has been translated to the languages of all of the partners, so now I encourage you to use it. This document was also used as a basis for the training that we carried out in our countries over the last months in the countries of our project. So let me just briefly show you the overview of the structure of this document. So you will find some basic definitions. Collective agreement, what it is, what are the legal grounds, a brief overview of research on collective agreements in Europe as well. This research is obviously based on data that you may find in Eurofound. I've mentioned Eurofound before, so it's a great coincidence that the Eurofound report was published basically at the same time when we decided to deal with this issue. Well, one thing that we simply had to include was a section on the workers' rights to information and consultation. This is important for the social partners to know what these rights look like, what kind of mechanisms are available to them. And it is not without a reason that this chapter was included in this manual. The right to information and consultation is one of the most important tools to avoid industrial disputes. So it is one of these conclusions that goes really very well with the conclusions that can be drawn from our report. On top of that, you will find a detailed description of factors that facilitate avoiding industrial disputes. So these factors were divided into internal and external ones. The external ones include the European Green Deal or decarbonization policies, as well as inflation, for example. Well, internal factors were related to the operation of specific companies, problems that they need to tackle, and so on. Then in our manual, you will find some proposals on how to resolve collective disputes, and some rules on negotiating. These rules are taken from the classical theory of conflict resolution. Some basic books on the topic. So that's all as far as this brief summary is concerned. So let me maybe stop at this point, and I would gladly move on to the next item on our agenda. But I do have a little bit more time, a quarter of an hour, actually. We do have a quarter of an hour to talk before we open our discussion sessions. So, well, let us make the best use of this time. Maybe you have some suggestions, some proposals. Maybe there's something that is missing from my summary. What do you think? Maybe someone would like to comment on what I have said. Somebody maybe has now some conclusions in the mind. We've worked together for 20 months. Maybe you feel that what I have said today is incomplete and there is something specific that you would like to contribute at as well. If I may, Dominic, I've been listening quite attentively to everything you've been saying in the material summarizing our meeting. Well, it's difficult for us not to refer to the issue of decarbonization. We have in here trade unions who are obviously working in the energy sector, which relies on coal. As we can see, the Green New Deal and its impact is not limited to coal and fossil fuels only. It is affecting all of the sectors of the economy. We can see what happens with farmers all over Europe. They do not produce coal, but are deeply worried by these changes because they are well aware of the fact that they will also be influenced by these changes. All of the production manufacturing facilities will, or at least may, deal with different fluctuations regarding the supply of electricity or prices. So I was particularly interested by the way in which the transition is progressing in Spain. The fact that there have been no major protests by trade unions. Maybe everything is organized there in a better way. Maybe people in Spain haven't lost their jobs. Maybe they simply got other job offers that are equally well paid and are able to continue living decently. So I believe that we are fighting for that. We are not fighting, I think so, mostly for electricity. It is about work. It's mostly about work because to live, you need to work. And the entire activity of trade unions is now undergoing a transformation. This new mentality came to us from the West. We are not going to defend mines at all costs. We just want to guarantee workplaces, jobs for us, for the future generations. This is our key role. And that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I wouldn't like to respond on behalf of our colleagues from Spain. I believe that they will say much more during the session that's dedicated to presentations. But as far as my presentation is concerned, I wanted to say that the decarbonization policy is obviously discussed intensely within social dialogue, but it doesn't mean that everybody is happy because of that. There are many disputes, many conflicts, including many disputes in Spain over the last years. But obviously, we will let our partners from Spain speak on the matter. Okay, well, I don't know if we have at this very point any questions or any comments, because if we don't, maybe we can just start our break a little bit earlier, right? A quarter of an hour earlier, and we will be back to our schedule, to our agenda at 11:45, right? In half an hour, right? So I finished my presentation slightly earlier than planned. So I believe that nobody would have anything against, well, moving this break a little bit earlier. So let us meet again at 14:45. We will have a presentation session, discussion session. During the first part, we'll have partners from Bulgaria, Serbia, and Poland speaking. Okay, so now grab your tea or coffee and see you again at 11:45. Thank you.
Przepraszam najmocniej, jeszcze kończyłem rozmowę telefoniczną.
I do apologize for being slightly late. I had a call that I had to finish. So, anyways, our coffee break is now over. So let me tell you what is ahead of us. We still have planned 2 discussion panels for today. Our partners, our project partners will speak, will have the presentations, and to conclude our day today, we have planned a broad discussion, macro discussion, so to speak, and this is the plan for the rest of our meeting. So let me now continue with my tasks of the moderator and proceed to the first session that we have planned for the afternoon. It is a session dedicated to the presentation by trade unions focusing on the resolution of conflicts, on different factors that attenuate or exacerbate a conflict. And we will hear the representatives of 3 different countries. From Bulgaria, we have the Federation of Independent Syndicates, Trade Unions of Miners. Then we have our partner from Serbia, the Independent Trade Union of Workers in the Energy Sector, and our Polish partner, the Regional Council of OPZZ, so All Poland Trade Union Alliance from Dolnośląskie, Lower Silesia Voivodeship. So let me welcome especially the 3 partners. And now I'll be quite happy to hand over the mic to you and listen to the experiences from your countries, focusing in particular on good practices. I know it's difficult to define good practices in the context of dispute resolution. So I know that the task is very hard, but let us approach it in a little bit broader manner, attempting to define these strategies that could work or maybe have worked in practice, what turned out to be effective in terms of preventing collective disputes, what allowed you to avoid the escalation of tension, and what happened, what kind of factors allowed you to conclude collective disputes in the form of an agreement once the conflict escalated nevertheless. So the first ones to speak are our partners from Bulgaria. Who would like to take the floor? Valentin maybe, or Darina? Darina, yes, you will be the one to speak today. Darina, great. So each of the partners have 10 minutes for the speech. Please speak to the time we have allotted to you so that we are able to conclude on time. Darina, over to you now.
Добър ден на всички. Най-вече искам да поздравя лидера на проекта, Доминик.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me welcome Dominic, who is the moderator and the key expert of our project. It is yet another meeting within our project, and as Dominic has said, it is a final conference. So let me start with defining our problems and the ways in which we are tackling them in Bulgaria. I'm going to refer to our national research. As you have said, obviously, we carried out research in all of the partner states. So I will tell you what the situation is like in Bulgaria. We have some pieces of legislation. You have already mentioned some. So we have the Constitution, we have the Labor Code, and we have a special act on the resolution of disputes at work. This special law also concerns the resolution of collective disputes, and it makes part of this legal framework. So, we have some rules regarding the Institute for Mediation and Arbitration. This institution helps us in situations where we can't reach an agreement with the employer. So we have this mediating agency who is able to provide us with assistance during such disputes. In our company, I'm saying this because maybe not all of you know it, this is the biggest producer of brown coal in my country. So the biggest strike in this sector took place a few years ago. It lasted more than 20 days. According to statistics, 99% of miners took part in this strike. So about 7,000 people were involved in total. So imagine 99% of all workers went on strike. And why did they do so? They wanted to pursue their agenda. We also took advantage of the services of this agency at that time, so we availed ourselves to their assistance. When it comes to collective disputes, you are well aware of the fact that whenever more people are working together, disputes may arise. One of the basic issues, obviously, is the one concerning wages. Yet another problem regards the lack of specific provisions on collective agreements. At the beginning of this year, we launched negotiations regarding a new collective agreement. Our collective agreement now expires at the end of April. And I can tell you right now that we know already that we will not reach an agreement with regard to certain items, or reaching an agreement will be very hard. Why? We started working in very difficult external conditions. So there is the Green New Deal. We are also forced to take into account the policy of the European Union. Dominic has mentioned this fact. So it will be very difficult to reach an agreement with our employer in this broader context. To showcase a couple of elements of our national research, let me tell you that sooner or later, we have witnessed conflicts in our industry in Bulgaria. These disputes have been settled. They have been settled in a manner that in the end needs to be profitable to both parties. So there must be an advantage for workers and for employers. But sometimes our interests are in serious conflict. Sometimes these disputes escalate, become gigantic, whereas others are resolved rather fast. It depends on the collaboration between the parties. But to ensure that this collaboration is being appropriately stimulated, it is important to lay down certain basic rules. So first of all, we need the flow of information. We can't negotiate without having access to financial information, technological information, business plans, and so on. So information, this is the first thing. Secondly, we need discussions. We need to talk even before launching negotiations, the collective bargaining process. Before there is a dispute, before there is a collective dispute, we need to talk so that both parties can listen to each other. We must have negotiations that are both qualitative and quantitative. And finally, a decision needs to be made. So here I analyzed a few matters. So we need to select certain systems that will be applied in a consistent manner in order to prevent disputes. These systems concern, for instance, debates that could facilitate quick resolution of disputes and would help us to improve working conditions, would help us improve the competitiveness of the business as such, and so on. The next important system regards building mutual trust and respect between workers and employers and making decisions across all levels. And all of that needs to contribute to the fulfillment of our interests. So to prevent disputes, we need certain practices, and I classified them into several categories. The first one regards conflict forecasting and forecasting the direction in which the conflict could develop itself. Then secondly, the space, the room for resolving this conflict, for regulating this conflict, so to speak. Within the research that we carried out in our country, we also administered a survey, and I wanted to share with you some outcomes of this research. The conclusions that we decided to draw from it are very important. So our respondents believe that, at least according to them, the reasons for the disputes mostly concern salary, wages. External factors are mostly such as inflation. And recently in our company, we had a dispute that was resolved within dialogue. Apart from this one situation I told you about earlier, we have always reached an agreement within dialogue in the end. So what are the three factors that lead to a dispute? First of all, confrontation and stubbornness of the employer in pushing towards their own goal. Secondly, the stubbornness of trade unions and pushing for their specific objective. And thirdly, a violation of the agreed rules on social dialogue by the employer. So what are our conclusions? Well, it happens quite often that during a dispute, each of the parties sticks to their respective position. But we need to look for a solution that is satisfactory to all. If everybody sticks to their own position and is not likely to move towards some common ground, it results in very difficult situations that need to be resolved by resorting to mediators, some kind of intermediaries, and so on. At times, we need to hire specialists who helped us. For instance, specialists from the biggest trade union that belongs to our federation, they helped us in managing our disputes. So let me go back to the key factors and answers of our respondents. So the key results are obviously focusing on the attitudes of the parties to the conflict. They shouldn't be looking only after their own interests. As I have said, recently we resolved our conflict during the first phase of the dispute, which is obviously the best solution. Now, let me move on to the general conclusions because I wouldn't like to exceed the 10 minutes allocated to me.
Само няколко акцента от към основните изводи ще споделя и приключвам.
A few matters regarding the key conclusions, and then I will conclude. First of all, the social dialogue conditions, atmosphere. So here we have the basic rules such as the right to organize and to engage in collective bargaining, respect for social partners, the recognition of the role of social partners for the economic and social development. I will not speak about security and the protection of health. It seems to me that within the time that was allocated to me, I have managed to present the key matters regarding my country, and I remain at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Moderatora, że musi pilnować czas, więc niestety musiałem zasygnalizować, że już ten czas.
I had to signal that you were approaching the end of your time frame, to your slot. So let me invite representatives of Serbian Independent Trade Union of the energy sector. So our Serbian partner, 10 minutes.
Dobar dan, svima izvaniću. Ja sam konkretno zaposlena u sindikatu energetike.
Well, thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm employed at our trade union, and of course, I'm following all the developments in all companies related to and connected to the energy sector. As for Serbian and the best practices in our country in the context of collective dispute resolution,
Ona kod nas posluje već, deluje zapravo već 20 godina.
We've had this social dialogue for about 20 years. There is an agency that has already solved 19,000 of collective disputes and about 1,000 of individual disputes. Nevertheless, this agency operates at the level of the state. And then we put a lot of trust. We approach this matter with a huge trust and it stems from this culture of including employees in conflict and dispute resolution. So many people, many workers turn to trade unions because they represent the rights of Serbian workers. Largely by using social dialogue mechanisms and collective approaches, our trade unions are quite effective. And we are quite experienced when it comes to collective dispute resolutions. So, for example, there is this collective agreement on securing broader workers' rights, which proves the case. Then we have more rights guaranteed that required by law. However, that seems insufficient in the view of the fact that the number of disputes is still very high. Our agency hears about such disputes. Apparently, workers, employees do not trust very much the state or institutions and authorities. So in this context, we would like to have stronger, more powerful measures embedded in our law, like social consultations, consultations with workers. In Serbia, trade unions are rooted in the labor code. So that's the only way to involve employees. Let me mention another concept here. Well, the issue is demotivation. So very few people is interested in joining any motivational programs, any programs in companies, because they do not feel motivated. They do not feel that they gain anything from that. So apparently, there is no transparency in conveying this message. It seems that employees are often unaware of the rights that stem from collective agreements and do not exercise this right. So apart from such success stories like this agency for dispute resolution, we have some legal acts like the labor code. In that labor code, that labor code provides for collective agreements, for the right to organize. Then we have a law on closing down, winding down companies so that employees are aware of the rights in such instances. Then we have law on in-company workers' council. So then employees have the right to create collective agreements and participate in collective bargaining. Starting from this month, trade union organizations started to set up workers' councils in the area of work safety and occupational safety. We've been experiencing an increasing number of work accidents and work-related injuries. So apparently, that is about bargaining, that is about negotiating. So there are negotiating teams that represent employees when negotiating with employers. And then we have participative management. So there is this new body representing workers, which is to represent workers in the decision-making process. But still, these are recommendations and guidelines. Then companies, enterprises, they may regulate it internally, but in large corporations, there is this culture to use such negotiating teams. So, for example, in the oil refining sector, such teams are in operation. Let me also remind you that Serbia does not have any law that would govern the energy producing sector specifically. So we have this general law that applies to all sectors, but we would like to change that. We would like to have some secondary laws that cover this area. For example, new technologies are not covered by law here, so we need that. And apparently, certain concepts or notions that were mentioned here have not been adopted and introduced into our legal system. So if we would like to become a member of the EU, we still need to change and adopt certain things. And then Dominic covered other points in his presentations too. So the wages, the pay, so that's one of the main reasons of social tensions in our country. We're concerned by one factor that affects communication between workers and the management and employers, and that is that workers are not well informed. The structure that exists do not transfer information well. Then trade unions, who are sole representatives of workers in Serbia, they should be more informed and more accurately informed about this area of problems. So please move on to the conclusions. Thank you. Well, my apologies. It wasn't my intention to interrupt you so rapidly. If you'd like to close, please do. But no, thank you. But it seems that you stopped me at the right moment. Great, thank you so much, and thank you very much for speaking to the time discipline.
Извинявам се, че така прекъснах Доминик, но ние с господин Вълчев трябва да отиваме в Министерство на енергетиката. Сега имаме среща.
Together with Mr. Volchev, we need to go together to the Ministry of Energy. But unfortunately, we have to leave the meeting. We cannot stay with you. And unfortunately, we won't be able to join you later on and join the debate. We apologize for that. So once again, I would like to apologize to everyone. I would like to apologize to the project leader because unfortunately we have a very, very important meeting at the Ministry of Energy. We'll be talking about our sector. We need to leave in 5 minutes. So unfortunately, we cannot continue today. And thank you so much for today. And I'll see you soon at the next meeting. Thank you. We've worked together in projects so many times, so we keep our fingers crossed for your meeting at the ministry, and thank you so much for your participation so far. Great, so let us move on to the last point of our session. And that is the representative of Poland from the Regional Council of the Trade Union Organization, Andrzej Otręba. Thank you. Hello and greetings from Wrocław. And as Dominic said, I'm the chairman of the Council of the Circuit or Regional Trade Union Council and Group in this Lower Silesia region. So we're talking about work or employee work conflict resolution. So should I be talking about our practices here in our region? So I think you mean collective disputes, right? Well, absolutely. Sometimes I translate this concept directly from English. It seems that this concept in Polish has this broader sense, broader meaning. Okay, so just to recap, collective disputes are governed by our law on resolution of collective disputes, but unfortunately, we have industrial collective agreements. Typically, we have in-company collective agreements, and well, negotiations on collective disputes take place in companies. Bogdan, I think he's with us today. He was the chairman of the trade union in one of the largest enterprises. We do not participate in collective disputes because we are forbidden by law to do that. We can only support the trade union party. But I could give you some examples. So how it goes, what's the process? So first, trade union steps up and presents, puts forward a claim or expectations and awaits employers' response. And then next stage is negotiations that may result in an agreement accepted by both parties. If the parties do not reach an agreement, then we write down the protocol of discrepancies. Then the next stage is to engage a mediator that helps both parties to reach an agreement. And if they fail to reach an agreement, then there is this protocol or report on discrepancies. And the last resort is to go on strike. So that is the way to force employer into accepting employees' requests or demands. And what is the key thing and the most difficult aspect of the process? Obviously, that is trust. So trade unionists with long experience and people who have long history of work in an organization, they can reach an agreement easier. Well, then, of course, trade unions may have their expectations with regard to, say, pay expectations, pay demands. If they have expectations at the level of 10, 15%, they usually try and start from bargaining for more to offer some concessions in the negotiation process. Well, that is not the right way to go about it, but the bargaining and negotiation process is that we start from 20 and the employer responds with 5%, and then both parties reach the middle ground. Then we do not have collective agreements for industries. Such collective agreements for industries are a prevailing solution in Western Europe, and trade unions at the national level negotiate the level of salaries, wages, and that governs the entire sector. When unfortunately, because of quite dispersed structure of industries and companies, that it doesn't work like that. Then it all depends on companies, on and how the employers manage in general. Unfortunately, Poland has had quite a high inflation rate, and once the inflation reached 18% last year and the previous years, salaries dropped significantly, and negotiators from trade unions could not go beyond the inflation index. So some trade unions, some companies reached the level above the inflation rate in their negotiations. And then another issue is that not all talks or not our negotiations should be or are classified as collective disputes. We simply do not use that name, that term. The thing is to introduce certain time frames onto these negotiations. Our law on that dates back to 1991, so it's a bit outdated when it comes to current operational conditions. But when it comes to collective disputes, some trade unions were engaged in a collective dispute for 2 years because they believed that they could grow stronger that way. In my opinion, this is not right way and right approach. For 2 years, this law on collective disputes and collective dispute resolution was in the pipeline at the parliament, but it didn't go through the parliament. Well, some trade unionists believe that such disputes or negotiations make trade unions more powerful. Well, I don't know how to approach it, but I think Bogumił, he was the chairman of the trade or the leader of the trade union for 8 years, and I think it would be great to hear from him about such aspects and like key elements of such a collective dispute. Well, my apologies, but we're slightly beyond our time, allotted time for this part of the session. So I suggest that Mr. Tyszkiewicz could take the floor in the final part of our session today. So we are closing this part of our meeting. So I would like to thank you very much for your contributions. And my heartfelt thanks goes to the representative of Serbia, Bulgaria, Poland. So we could hear in a nutshell about the situation in each specific country. As you could hear, there are some differences in Poland. Collective disputes are settled on the basis of applicable law, and we could hear about that. In Serbia, there is a special agency, that national agency, and then in Bulgaria, there is an institute responsible for collective dispute resolution and certain legal resolutions, certain legal regulations. So I believe that Helder from Portugal would like to take the floor. I think this is a question to panelists, so perhaps we could use a minute or two that we're flexible enough here. So the floor goes to our colleague from Portugal.
Relativamente e agradeço a participação e dos exemplos que foram dados e dos resultados de toda a informação.
Right, thank you so much. I would like to thank you very much for all these presentations and for the information. We could hear about many good practices. Apparently, each country engaged in this session has different practices in this respect. We have law that should make our actions similar, but it doesn't. When it comes to the social dialogue in Portugal, well, it exists on paper only. So that is theory. And in most cases, not only at the level of companies, but also at the level of industries. When we talk about collective bargaining resolutions, that dialogue does not exist. Negotiations with employers are often conducted in a way which is not appropriate. As our Bulgarian colleagues described, such a conflict resolution has certain stages. So first we meet a representative of the employer, then we present our demands, and at the national scale, it looks very different. In our country, typically such agreements are signed at the industry level and not at the national level. Now let me move on to conflicts. Well, there are conflicts which arise from wages. Our purchasing power in Portugal has dropped, and that drop has been quite significant. So let us look at the salaries of people working in the chemical sector. Few years ago, salaries of such employers were above the lowest salaries in Portugal, but it seems that at this point in time, their salaries are at the minimum level, at the level of minimum salary. So the purchasing power is going down. So these conflicts are related to pay, and they are related to working conditions. So conditions of work in Portugal have deteriorated recently. So we've been dealing with that in Portugal. So that involves work safety, occupational hazards, and then extra pay for extra hazards at work. So here in Portugal, we've been having major issues in this area because employers are only interested in hiring young people, and these people have a better education than we did when we were graduating.
What is not being appreciated enough is the experience of workers. As a result, experienced workers are more often subject to abuse. On the other hand, young workers are being abused, but in another way. So, as I have said, wages and working conditions are the key topics that are then the subjects of disputes. We have also different procedures for resolving collective disputes. We have also the labor ministry who represent the state, the government in collective disputes. So we are talking with the representatives of the ministry. If no agreement can be reached, then we can proceed with a strike. In our organization, we treat strikes very seriously. This is really the last thing that we do. We also engage in information campaigns, including in social media. So also in this way, we are trying to reach out to other workers and encourage them to join us. Sometimes the matters, the issues are very serious. In other situations, they are not that relevant. Moving on to the strikes. Some workers treat strikes less seriously. On the other hand, we have politicians who are trying to take some rights away from us, including the right to strike. So I believe that both parties need to approach the issue of strikes seriously. Often, whenever a strike takes place, everybody loses: workers, employers, and the society as such. So we should avoid strikes insofar as possible. One important thing, some politicians are trying to restrict the right to strike, and that would be dangerous. But to conclude, I would like to refer to legislation. In Portugal, we have the labor code, and on top of that, in 2023, our government made an attempt at modernizing collective bargaining, the collective bargaining process, but in fact, it supported the position of employers. Let me explain the situation. If you can't reach an agreement regarding a new collective agreement for 3 years, employers can initiate a legal process. As a result of this process, the previous collective agreement becomes invalid, it just expires. So it may result in no collective agreement being in place. At times, certain marginal issues or issues regarding certain workers' rights are being negotiated, but many rights of workers simply disappear. And this is the novelty introduced by the government during this modernization process in 2023. So we are often being blackmailed. Employers are prolonging the negotiations in order to have the previous agreement expire. And as a result, some of the rights that we have gained in the process of collective bargaining are lost. This is why in Portugal we have a number of bad cases when it comes to the conduct of employers. So we have gained a lot of rights, but a lot of them are at risk. One more comment concerning collective bargaining. The purpose of collective bargaining is to create good terms and conditions for workers. So these terms and conditions should be better than the ones guaranteed by this baseline in the labor code. That's the goal, to improve the working conditions with respect to what is obligatory. But what has been done by the government? Well, let me be honest. Once again, the government has worked to the benefit of the employers. Let me repeat, the law guarantees some basic rights, and collective agreements should confirm these rights or improve them. And this is why the law in the past guaranteed that collective agreements couldn't restrict in any way what was already enshrined by the national legislation. However, under the pressure from employers, the government has amended this rule, and now we do have, in some cases, collective agreements that in fact restrict workers' rights. So employers sometimes sign agreements with the so-called yellow trade unions, and these agreements restrict existing workers' rights. So our confederation, CGDP, wants to reverse these rules. So we are reaching out to politicians, to MPs, to restore the condition that we had before. So no collective agreement could restrict the rights that are already enshrined by the law. So what can I say? A collective agreement in Portugal, in fact, does not exist. So we have government, we have the employers on the one hand, and we also have trade unions. But when it comes to trade unions, we also have some unions that are favorable to the employers and sign agreements that are advantageous to employers rather than to workers. So, are they supported by workers? The answer is no. Most of the workers in Portugal belong to our confederation, CDBG, but often the false, the fake trade unions, the yellow trade unions participate in collective agreement, in collective bargaining process, and they sign collective agreements. This is why it is often the case that collective bargaining process in our sector is quite detrimental to our workers because it ends up restricting the existing rights guaranteed by the labor code.
As práticas que nós temos verdadeiramente
Well, okay, let me move on to good practices. Well, here I would point out to the collective bargaining process and social dialogue in companies. So the social dialogue takes place through our representatives in specific companies. We are trying to conduct such social dialogue, and we have also pointed out to this in our research. We often see that workers want to have access to information, but employees do not provide them with such information at all. So, to tell you the truth, whenever consultations take place, if it takes place at all, workers' opinion is not taken into account. Well, and the consultation with workers could be with benefit for the employers. The employer could use the information they get. But when it comes to good practices, I would point out to social dialogue in companies and the participation of workers through the agency of the representatives, that is trade unions, at the company level. So in this case, employees want to support the employer with the experience. They want to support the company they are working for. But it is quite often that these contributions from workers are not being appreciated by the other side. Let me add one more thing. Workers should be trained and they should be supported. This is particularly important in the context of the Green New Deal. You have also mentioned the fact that the 2 refineries have been closed down in Portugal and the workers have not been presented with any alternatives. There is no idea about using the experience and the resources by offering them another jobs. But, well, I could say a lot of other things, but I have already exceeded my time, so let me conclude at this point. Okay, Halder, thank you very much for presenting us your perspective and sharing with us the context of Portugal. I am certain that many of these matters have been discussed during the Congress that took place just last week. So I hope that at least some of them will be put in practice. So thank you very much. And I do apologize for not having mentioned this Portuguese presentation before. So you were quite right to raise your hand and to speak and to present the perspective of Portugal. Well, it was just a simple admin mistake, but certainly your voice should be presented here and should be heard. Okay, now let me hand over to the colleague from the employers organization, Łukasz Osiński, and Łukasz will moderate the second part of our session on good practices. Let us continue our discussion. So, good afternoon. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you very much to our colleagues from the trade unions for the presentation. In this session, we have three representatives. I represent the institution from Poland, which is the Central European Chamber of Commerce. We have also two associations from Spain, so Asociación Industrial Técnica y de Comercio and the Comisiones Obreras de Industria. Yes, so let me ask you now, do we have any other representatives of employers so that I know and can keep the time? Okay, there's nobody else. Okay, so let me start right now. The best practices and the experiences of our countries. Obviously, we need to, in the Polish context, sort of break this matter into smaller areas. So there's dispute resolutions, conflicts with trade unions. So there are some strict rules that regard these processes. And the same also applies even more to state-owned companies that play an important role for our economy. Some of them are of strategic importance. There are energy companies, mines. So I do realize that good practices are actually being applied. Well, obviously, it is difficult in many different contexts, in many different places. But we do know that employers also use a variety of tricks that might have a negative impact on the negotiations as such. So today I would like to focus on good practices, in my case, in the context of Poland. Maybe I will not refer to some big industrial centers, but at this point, workers often have a stronger position than the employer. So the good practice means that employers need to be dynamic, especially the small ones who are competing for workers, need to be responsive and need to come up with better and better ideas. Obviously, one of these very competitive areas is the IT area. We have Fruit Thursdays and a variety of tools for dispute resolutions. Well, I will obviously repeat a little bit myself because now the situation that we are facing and in this specific situation, we are implementing ESG measures that includes the Green New Deal or sustainable development. I believe that following ESG practices would be the best practice. Obviously, the elements that ensure certain rights to employees and the improvement of the work conditions, such as wages and other aspects. I believe that the companies who are already obliged or that will be obliged to report their ESG practices will be the best ones to work for. We have analyzed companies with regard to ESG, and I have to say that the biggest improvements with regard to governance and green solutions will also regard issues concerning employees. So the company will be forced to report annually the activities that it conducts to improve the working conditions for workers. In many companies, the salaries are already growing quite fast because it's quite easy to switch employers. Many workers go elsewhere because they just get €1 more than where they work at the current place. Obviously, it's not a good trend, but this is what is happening. And going back to the Green New Deal itself, let me be honest. In Poland, we have a lot of foreign investments. The funds to build new factories, to build new facilities that are at risk of suffering as a result of closures are huge. We are very unhappy that Turów is not one of the areas that belong to this group. Here in the lower Silesia, we have, for instance, the region of Wałbrzych. And then in the region of Silesia and Łódź, there are some clusters that are selected to be covered by these protective measures. I have enclosed some documents that outline these practices and these plans, but I do believe that the best solutions that could alleviate problems linked to the Green New Deal is just ensuring good work to people, good quality work to people. And now, depending on the direction that the European Commission will decide to pursue, the money for that should be there. So I can see that we should maybe also think about some conclusions regarding what the sector should get or what should be guaranteed whenever a mine is being closed down. Because obviously some people will be happy with the severance pay package, but it is also important to create alternative jobs for them. So thank you very much. And now over to a colleague from Spain, maybe their colleague from ACETICO, Asociación Industrial Técnica y de Comercio.
Bien, soy Natividad Marín, la secretaria de la Asociación Empresarial.
Good morning, my name is Natividad Marin. I am the secretary of ACETECO. Let me tell you a couple of words about the situation in Spain. So we talked about the collective agreement and about the out-of-court resolution of disputes, right? So the agreements between workers and employers. And on the basis of the collective agreements that we have signed, salaries will be increased by 4% and will also be increased in the years to come. So we need to understand one thing about the situation in Spain. Now we have a minimum wage of 1,340 euros. But taking into account the living costs, we can say that they are not proportionate, taking into account the inflation. So we are now negotiating again the reduction of the working week to 37.5 hours. What does it mean? It means higher costs for employers. And the situation of companies may deteriorate because of the economic crisis, because of the energy crisis. I am certain that our colleagues will also speak about it. So the situation for employers is rather complex. It is quite difficult. And on top of that, we have the Green New Deal. So the situation is quite sensitive. Employees need to face higher costs. The salaries, the salary demands on the part of the workers don't make our situation easier. So, as I have said, the situation is rather complex. So, undoubtedly, as a result, the competitiveness of Spanish companies will decrease. Unfortunately, the name of our colleague from Aciteco contains a typo, but I am certain that he will confirm that the introduction of renewable energies that are quite expensive at the moment makes employers look into the future with a little bit of fear. So let me now hand over to our colleague who will talk about these fears related to the European Green Deal, because as we know very well, also the situation of farmers is very complicated, not only in Spain, but also in other countries in Europe. Good morning. My name is Claveria, and for several years I've been observing the process of closing down the mines in Spain. We have a single coal-fueled power plant, but the prices of energy are quite high, and 1 in 3 citizens in Spain finds it difficult to pay the electricity bill. So we have observed this energy poverty. So trade unions, such as Comisiones Sombreras, have emphasized this complex situation. Nevertheless, we know that there's a lot of pressure on decarbonization and on the Green Deal. So we want to emphasize the importance of understanding the situation in Spain, because it will show you what you are to expect in the future. We are located in between continents, right? Between India, Russia, the United States, who are producing a lot of pollution, and we need to analyze it from this perspective. We need to look at this issue globally, and we need to analyze the situation in Spain, thinking about the future of the European Green Deal. I believe we have to rethink the nuclear energy, because also the war in Ukraine have caused an increase in gas prices. So I believe that Europe needs to recalculate certain costs, and we need to look with a fresh eye on the situation. So many people in Spain have problems with paying their bills, and I believe that it is what will happen in Europe as well, that a third of citizens will have such difficulties. So this is our opinion, and this is our position. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, I believe we still have a third speaker from Spain. Do we have anybody else who would be representing employers and who would like to speak from Spain?
Myślę, że na tym etapie zakończymy.
Okay, so let us conclude at this point. Okay, so let us move on to the panel discussion. That is the challenges for the energy sector in the context of labor conflict resolution. Bogumił, yes, so you know this very well, and I thought that maybe you, as the head of our project, yes, maybe you could give us an introduction into the specific narrative that we should now underscore towards our key conclusion for the project and some tips for the next steps. So when it comes to our specific situation, the disputes with workers, they typically concern wages, but not only wages. When it comes to some other guarantees, violation of the law by the employers, a violation of the rights rather enshrined by the legislation or stipulated by the parties in collective agreements. Well, I would like to emphasize that in the Polish context, the labor law sets out certain minimum that the employer must comply with. All of the other agreements, company level agreements or sector level agreements, because we also have intercompany agreements, these agreements need to add on guarantee more rights than already guaranteed in the labor code. Now, our colleague from Portugal said that yellow trade unions sign agreements that actually restrict the rights guaranteed by the labor code. In Poland, we have a provision which says that no trade union can sign a collective agreement that would reduce the extent of rights already guaranteed by the law. So the employer must apply the provisions that are more favorable to the employee. And the trade unions simply need to make sure that this rule is observed. Moving on to the trade unions that are active in big corporations, let me tell you that well, negotiations are quite difficult to conduct. Every year, as our president Otręba has already mentioned, we participated in negotiations on wages, but employers have used a variety of tricks. For instance, signed an agreement with those trade unions who did not participate in the dispute, so they were more favorable towards the employer. But nevertheless, once these agreements have been signed, the dispute with the employer became even more acute because following the signing of this protocol of discrepancies, we had to engage a mediator who wanted to work on conditions that would be acceptable to both parties. But the trade unions obviously also engaged the media to make this matter known to the general public, and also tried to reach the top management of the corporation. So we escalated the conflict, even though our law says that our direct employer is the other party to the social dialogue. Nevertheless, we tried to escalate these disputes. We wanted to organize protests in front of the head offices of the central head offices of these cooperation. So maybe it was quite cumbersome for the trade union members because sometimes they had to travel hundreds of kilometers to express their discontent before the central management. But, well, trade unions are to fight for the workers' rights, and we understand all of that.
Right, Bogumił, I have the following question. What you were actually at the heart of the matters because you were engaged in all these disputes related to the mine and this power and heating plant. So what solutions do you see here when it comes to conflict resolution or dispute resolution in the context of this new Green Deal? So let's say if Turów mine is closed, well, if there's this decision to close down this mine, what challenges you see there? I think what should be the what I'm saying is the preventive measures to prevent escalation of conflicts in such circumstances. So there are quite important concepts here contained in the document that you've sent. Well, so the EU is looking at the infeed, is looking at what is fed to the boiler. As our colleagues from other countries said, a lot has been invested in power plants to purify the exhausts. So it is about preventing mines or power plants being a burden to the region. Well, this is an employer, but this is also the key taxpayer that contributes to the budget of the region. So we need to compensate for that. Clearly, as trade union representatives, it is in our interest to prevent that region from becoming extinct, from we operate in Poland like that, that we have our houses, our assets, our property around production sites, and it would be quite difficult to abandon all that and to migrate in looking for work. So we have these power plants in Poland called Turów, Bełchatów. Well, this is one thing, but then we have the Polish region of Silesia with coal mines and big agglomerations, conglomerates of people. At this moment, at the headquarters of the trade unions, there are teams being formed that discuss this just transition, and they work on the list of matters to be discussed with the government to make this transition as painless as possible. But that is up to the government, and we'll see how this thing will go in Poland. Thank you, Bogumił. And one more thing, we're having this grasp of politics and the political context and communication and transfer of information and keeping everyone in the loophole. Well, I would like the European Commission to hear directly from employees and from trade unions. No government, no party cares to solve these problems. For some of them, this is just an issue. For some of them, this is political weapons. So it is our task to present the real picture and the real facts. So Bogumił, you should say, you should describe the reality, because we should describe it in that way that we get the whole message, the whole picture. So we can work in more detail on the collaboration and conclusions. Now, Spain. When we hear from our colleagues from Spain.
Nosotros tenemos la experiencia en España de cuando se cerraron las minas.
We will be happy to share our Spanish experience. When our Spanish mines were being closed down, trade unions negotiated terms and conditions also for employers, so they are not left with nothing. But the reality showed that regions with the mine were what we tend to refer to these regions as empty Spain, or Spain devoid of life. People lost their source of income. You cannot just go and leave people with nothing. You cannot just make this transition to another region. So our Spanish experience here is what it is. Thank you.
Bogumił, chcesz jeszcze dodać teraz? Jeszcze? Bo wiem, że...
To chciałbym dodać, jak chcesz, Łukasz, takiego stanowiska czy określenia.
Right. So as Łukasz is requesting us to state our position. So what we usually say is one job for another job. So, for example, we could schedule the period of closing down one unit after another. So these steps should be accompanied by creating in parallel new jobs. So we would like to prevent our region from becoming like the region for the elderly. Young people want to have jobs. That's their security. That's the guarantee of their life for the future, because jobs are important. So it's job for job. One job in exchange for another job. So this is what we should be planning for. Thank you.
Dla mnie to jest akurat w przypadku, mówię, no będzie mi łatwiej, ciężko mi mówić w przypadku, jak mówię, całości, ale mogę powiedzieć przynajmniej tej części Polski.
Well, in my case, I would like to refer to the Lower Silesia region where we operate, where we're now in the process of talking about 3-4 manufacturing plants. 2 are brand new plants, like set up from scratch, and 2 are transferred from Germany, and they're both connected with this Green New Deal. So one requires green energy, and another one needs to set up its own infrastructure. So it's a bit closer to this job for job formula. So we appreciate Spain sharing with us their experiences, so we can seems that we're going down this road and we're about to crash against this iceberg. So I think we've been going too fast. So then fossil fuels, we may not have fossil fuels, but then there is always this hydrogen available. So I think that we need to show to the European Commission, to the people who do not see the full picture because they're at their desks, that there are some people in Europe who have this acute impression of what is happening. And when going towards this Green New Deal, let us not forget about the price of electricity. It will soon turn out that the countries that do not invest into green energy will flood us with their goods. And then we will not be able to sell our products. Competition on the market is very important, and we may simply die because we won't be able to afford bread, and we'll die in our clean air and healthy atmosphere. So we either go there together, or we get extinct together, or we lose together. I think we still have a few more minutes to discuss challenges for the energy sector in the context of labor conflict resolution, European Green Deal, digitalization, etc. Are there any contributions to this debate? Well, I have this feeling that no one has really devoted any thought to that, and politicians, they simply use the easiest way possible. So we used to have this dialogue. We used to have a dialogue with trade unions. We could do the same thing together with trade unions, but it will be rooted differently. The process will be slightly different because everyone will be informed. When decisions are made at a high level, at the state level, then that triggers disruptions, that triggers uproar. People are concerned, are afraid about their jobs and about their future. I think that human beings and here and now is very important. And but what about our climate in 50 years? At my age would allow me to say that I really don't care what is going to happen in 50 years. So let's not sacrifice our life just because of that. Thank you. Andrzej, anything from you? About this European Green Deal? Well, let me remind you that governments of all EU states signed this Green New Deal. Well, actually, at that point in time, we had a very different situation in Europe. At that time, we didn't have the war developing across our border in Ukraine. And now it seems that the European Commission has started to modify its position and its approach to this Green New Deal. On the other hand, we will not avoid certain changes connected with this Green New Deal. We have farmers' protests in Poland. So they protest because of the influx of Ukrainian goods into Poland. But then again, they're also protesting against this Green New Deal, and they believe that this is not the right direction for farmers. Agricultural production may suffer because on the one hand, we want to restrict use of chemicals in the agricultural production, in the farming production. And we would like to curb CO2 use in the farming production. But on the other hand, we have we have goods from Latin America and from Ukraine entering the EU, and these goods have been produced without adherence, compliance to the European standards. So one way to go about it is to introduce customs, and another way is to impose certain standards. So Europe produces about 10% of overall food production. This is not a lot, but when we look at what is happening in India and China, in Latin America, and in Russia and in the USA, Europe is fairly well off in this context. And then if we succeeded in stopping these food products at the European borders, but I don't think it will solve the issue of environmental pollution and the global warming. We need to reach that agreement at the global level. But before we do that, we cannot allow that Europe is the one that carries, shoulders the burden of all these new Green Deal costs. Well, it seems that the EU governing bodies have been reflecting on that, and certain points on the agenda may be suspended or perhaps temporarily modified, well, because the European activities in this respect, they have been made more complicated because of this breakout of the Ukrainian war. It may be as well that in a few years, there'll be other factors that would add to the complexity of these issues. Then we are workers, we are trade unionists, and we need to refer to that somehow. Let me give you an example. 30-something years ago, this mining and industrial sector was liquidated in the area of Lower Silesia's town of Wałbrzych. So the government paid out hefty severance pays, and well, people took the money and they spent it. And then there was nothing else for them to do. Well, we need to have certain benefits if we agree to some transitional change facts. So we need to have like a pre-retirement protection and benefits or pays or bridge benefits. We need to have jobs for young employees. It's 30 years later, I mean now that our region is receiving funding from the EU, more than 500 million euro, and that is this Just Transition Fund injection, which alleviates the impact of what happened more than 30 years ago in that region with very high unemployment. Now we're debating closing down the power plant and the mine in the location called Bogatynia. So if any funds arrive, we won't have beneficiaries of these funds because young people will flee the region. But the authorities, the governing bodies of the region apply to the European Commission to set up the transition fund for this region. Unfortunately, they met with refusal because this sector is not in liquidation yet, but when it is in liquidation, it's too late. So now it is our role to support the authorities to have these funds, to receive these funds. So Green New Deal Well, this is a collective agreement ratified and signed by governments of all EU countries. We've all signed it. And now when we negotiate and we have this dialogue, we should bear in mind who the decision makers are and who's at the steering wheel. Well, it cannot be that some leaders, they sign some pacts or some agreements, and then they return to their country and say, EU bad. So take this responsibility and ask your people for their opinion before you sign anything on their behalf. So do not operate on the basis of what your constituency wants, what your community wants. But everybody signed it.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Does anybody else want to speak? Yes, yes. Helder, yes? Go ahead. Unfortunately, we can't hear Helder.
Pa mogu ja da se dotaknem teme zelene tranzicije u Srbiji. Mi nismo potpisnici zelenog dogovora jer nismo članice Evropske unije, ali smo potpisali Pariski sporazum. Jeste da on nije obavezujuć, ali dobra je smjernica.
Excuse us, unfortunately we didn't have the translation from Serbian. Okay. Okay, so Serbia has not dealt with some issues that have already been resolved in Europe. So, for instance, the closure of mines. It depends on the policy. It depends on the energy strategies that have been implemented. So now we will have a new zoning plan, so we will see what the situation is like in the years to come. When it comes to the transition towards green energy, Serbia has already done a lot. We rely to a great extent on foreign investments. We will have a huge wind energy farm, a first wind farm of such dimensions in Serbia. And we will also have a solar plant. So by 2025, a big solar plant will be closed. We also have hydro energy. We use and will use biomass as well. So Serbia also offers the subsidies to its citizens if they want to buy e-cars. And the number of households who have their own energy source has increased sevenfold thanks to the subsidies. However, we have no legal regulations that would define the next steps to be taken within this transition. And these are huge structural challenges. On top of that, Serbia has no access to funds and is dependent on investments from other countries, but we will see what the situation will be like in the future. As far as the situation right now is concerned, there are no disputes concerning the Green Deal because we are not applying it to the extent comparable to the one in other European states. Andrzej, over to you. Yes, we are speaking about the European Green Deal, but we should also mention digitalization, including the artificial intelligence. I assume that just a few years ago, nobody would imagine that technological progress would be so fast, that it would go so quickly, that today we'd be thinking about it as a threat, yes, as something that will take over the entire labor market. So we need to think how to protect workers and also think about the groups of workers that will be pushed out of the market and whether such groups are in the energy sector as well. So maybe office workers will be let go. We need to think about it, and we are not aware of the fact that in a few years we will be living in a completely different environment in terms of the labor market. Yes, the digitalization will replace workers in many sectors. Whether some new jobs will be created or not, well, we are not talking about it today because we don't know it. And secondly, there are fears being raised about artificial intelligence. Some experts encourage us to put some red lines, to draw some red lines. How far should this artificial intelligence go? We should ensure that it shouldn't escape human control and replace us in decision making. We don't know how to stop it. It's yet another challenge. I believe it should be raised even today so that it's not too late in a few years. Okay, yes, do we have any other comments in this part? Okay, so maybe we'll proceed to the final part, key conclusions and further collaboration. So, Bogumił, maybe over to you if you and Dominic wanted to try to think about some key conclusions and ideas for collaboration in the future. Over to you, Bogumił. I believe that also José Antonio wanted to say something. His mic wasn't working before, but if he wants to speak now, maybe let's hand over the mic to him.
Ahora. Solamente quería hacer una puntualización. Siempre me ha llamado la atención.
Okay, so just a very brief comment. From the very beginning of my participation, my engagement in project of this kind, and I believe it's been for 8 years that I've been engaged in projects of this nature. There's one thing that I have noticed. Often there are two organizations of employers, for example, ACTICO, which is quite well known, and we have another trade union. These are very active organizations. However, never have I seen two biggest organizations of employees or employers. So the opinion of the Spanish partners is the opinion of small active partners. And after this brief introduction, I would say that we need to rethink certain elements. We are talking about the Green New Deal, about reorganization in the industry, so that we are able to comply with the obligations imposed on us by the Green New Deal. Obviously, the goal is to protect our environment. But we cannot forget one thing. The imports of certain materials, raw materials, will not be blocked by our governments. Our governments and what they want is to avoid problems with our citizens. And our citizens need to keep their cost of living low, to keep it as low as possible, bearable. So it will be very, very hard to restrict the import of certain products from South America, from Africa. Why? These countries do not need to comply with the same norms as the norms that are imposed by the European Union in Europe. So there are no limits. There are no limits as regards the use of pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers that are quite strict in Europe. So they may produce all of the products while lowering their costs, and then they can export them. And our governments will not restrict such imports because our governments want to make sure that our citizens have appropriate, sufficient level of living. And this is possible thanks to the products that are being imported from Africa or from South America. We can't avoid this issue. And the situation is quite similar in the industry. When it comes to reducing social costs, thinking about pensions, so that we can ensure that everybody can handle the situation because our costs are much higher than the exporting states. So we will continue to import products from India, from China, or even from the United States. Where costs are not, well, maybe the most competitive, but they are lower than here. So our life will become more and more complicated. Our governments make such decisions because what is in their interest is to ensure that citizens who earn a certain amount of money could afford a certain lifestyle. In Spain, we have mentioned our minimum wages, the reduction of working hours from 39 to 37.5 hours. So the situation of employers will change. It will be difficult. It will be difficult to force our governments to fulfill their obligations regarding the restriction of imports from other parts of the world. So let us just look at the situation in agriculture in Spain, in France. The farmers are furious, and you will see the same also elsewhere. The situation of farmers will get worse and worse. They produce certain products. Obviously, they would prefer not to use artificial fertilizers and so on, but they cannot produce the same quantity of products without using these fertilizers. So they do know what the situation is elsewhere and what the situation is like in Europe. And it's the same for the industry. Factories are being moved to India, to China, and so on. So our future is not that bright. I am quite pessimistic. I see it, perceive it negatively. So this is the point of view of our small organizations, small but active organizations. And I am quite sad to see that large trade unions and large employees organizations from Spain are absent from our discussion. Moving on to artificial intelligence. Well, what can I say? When it comes to this matter, Well, what is missing is intelligence, artificial or not. Some intelligence is missing in the case of our politicians. So let me now wrap up. You are all friends to me. I see you so often. We see each other online, but I do treat you as friends. So thank you very much for listening to my contribution.
tej informacji, ponieważ może to jest też ważne. No, tak jak my wczoraj cały dzień prowadziliśmy rozmowę na temat podatku.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's also the matter of the carbon footprint tax. So every product that will reach Europe, that will be produced somewhere, will be taxed with this carbon footprint tax. And this is supposed to compensate in a way for the costs related to the transition. So I can tell you a story that I find quite interesting in this context. We have some companies that are specializing in calculating this carbon footprint, and they are calculating this footprint for a Western company. What the result was quite interesting. So even after many adjustments, this footprint, this carbon footprint was quite high. So thank you very much. Thank you to the biggest organization of trade unions in Poland, OPZZ. When it comes to chambers and organizations and representatives from our country, these organizations have different goals than solving problems. Okay, Bogumił, now over to you, Bogumił. Thank you very much. We are slowly approaching the end, the conclusion of our meeting. So I will maybe together with Dominic make an attempt of at drawing some conclusions. So the first basic conclusion that I will take with me regards calculating CO2 emissions. We shouldn't be charged for that. We should appreciate the huge investments that power plants and heat plants are making to ensure that the exhaust fumes are being actually cleaned. So it was quite surprising to me that the power plants meet all of these requirements imposed by the EU, but in the end, we are paying this tax for CO2 emissions. The second conclusion is the following. In those regions where we have a power plant and mine complexes, we should guarantee the development of industry as such. So, well, it's clear that we can't provide alternative jobs at the very same spot, but it should be close by so that workers could find work opportunities elsewhere. And what else could be added? We should ensure that the changes spurred by the Green New Deal were as gentle, so to speak, yes, for our citizens as possible. Referring to what Jose has said, I believe that no government will run a policy that will result from converting its economy into an imports-based economy, because the outcome would be the closure of production plants locally. I do understand that we import those goods that are not produced in a sufficient quantity on spot. But if we import everything, we will have no money to pay for these imported goods. So what else can I say? Well, it is important to talk about it, because the more we talk about it, the more conclusions, the more good ideas we can come up with. Because what was the difference between us in the past, the difference between trade unions and employers, are the things that unite us right now. We have a common goal. We have a common goal together with other citizens. So let us move on in this direction. So I'm very pleased that we have a chance to meet in this group, and I do appreciate the position of trade unions and of employers.
Well, Łukasz, over to you. I would like to write down all the main conclusions. Well, in the document which I've prepared is this job for job concept and this war situation. And I would really like the European Commission to talk to the smallest players. Well, the small players, we know what it's like when we know that these large organizations are so engrossed in, well, like combat or slam battles with the government, that they miss the big picture, and smaller organizations just do not get across with their message, with their opinion, and what is happening has a huge impact on the region. I would like all of us to work on that, because everyone will be affected, employees and employers and entrepreneurs and private individuals. As for the continuation of this collaboration, this is my proposal. We have documents and papers and things in the pipeline. In the European Commission, we have this ESG. So with all that, we should work out an agreement. In this agreement, we should determine how much of the ESG could be introduced or added, and then I would like to move towards ESG when speaking about collaboration between employers and trade unions, when I think that my main conclusions are included in the document which is available to you. So apart from this main framework document that we all agree upon, I would like to have a supporting brief or paper. And in that supporting paper, I would like to focus on the most recent developments in hydrogen technologies. I think that the majority of, or most, the so-called small power plants, they will be hydrogen powered. But still, the jobs will be retained. There won't be a need to import anything. So these are like key solutions. And we should include it in the document. So if we are to improve the technologies that we have in Europe concerning mines and power plants, etc., well, everybody does it. So if we want to reduce the CO2 emissions, we should be working on developing that technology, and then we could sell it to the outside, and we can benefit from it. So we should be selling this technology to the countries that devastate the world because of their emissions, but we need to learn how to sell it. Well, that is, in my opinion, the best solution that I see. Thank you. Perhaps, Dominik, that's the time to give you the floor. Thank you very much for your contributions and for this opportunity for a free debate in our group. My impression is that, well, similar to what Jose Antonio has said, we've known each other so well in this group. We've been debating online for these 2 months. I appreciate very much this exchange of opinions at our latest conference, and today I feel that on this topic, the opinion of employers and trade unions is similar, contrary to our previous experiences and topics. That could be because the mining sector, the power production sector is a public sector. And in this case, our adversary, meaning the entity that we address, is the governmental party. These are the ministries, obviously, in the context of the European Green Deal. So perhaps the perspective of a workers' organization has the chance to be quite similar. Okay, so we all want to live in clean environments. So I don't think there is a conflict here at the level of this new Green Deal. But then there is a whole number of doubts as regards its implementation. So the speed, the scope, and some insensitivity when taking into account certain social groups. We need this European New Green Deal to become more concrete, and this Green New Deal should be coined or forced in the social dialogue. And also today, we've emphasized that need to prevent social tensions and social conflicts because we have this huge deficit of a just social dialogue in the process of just transition. Potentially, we have so much resources, and then we could have just transition. We have funds, we have policies. And I think that with our group, we could also declare that we intend to have an open, fair, just, and sincere and fruitful debate. But our countries, as it seems, they have this unclear attitude to what is being debated, and it seems that they lack the overall vision. Specifically, I mean the vision that would respond or take into account the needs of employees and employers alike. So having said that, I would like to thank all of you because I've learned so much from you about your local contexts. And I'm fairly well familiar with this Polish context. While I learned a lot from our Polish partners, for me, this is the biggest gain from this project. I hope that the materials that we've created, that you find them useful. And definitely the concepts were the topics of the European New Green Deal and just transition, etc., will be continued. So it's yet another opportunity to monitor the process and follow up on this just transition and speak up whenever we believe we should, to fill certain gaps or to redirect or reroute these policies and directions. So that would be all from me. I would like to thank all of you here, all partners, all those who are with us and those who had to leave early. And I would like to thank Formac and the organizers and the interpreters. We wouldn't be able to communicate at these meetings without you. And I have two technical comments to housekeeping items. So there are links to the evaluation questionnaires in the chat in your respective languages. Please click on them and fill them out. And there is also a comment from Herman about the recording. Herman, I think you mean me. I don't think you mean the partners, because in our project, we also have this commitment or obligation to prepare a short recording or some audio information about our project. That's right, that's correct. So please fill out the survey, the questionnaire. That's all from me. I've enjoyed very much working with you. And now let me give the floor to the leader, Bogumił Tyszkiewicz from Poland.
Za wkład, który wnieśli w przygotowanie i prowadzenie tego projektu.
So I'm also very grateful. I very much appreciate your contributions, for your technical contributions and information and updating us on the status of matters in your respective countries. There is always some room for improvement. We're in Europe, and if we are to comply or be in compliance with some regulations, we should work towards that together. We're trade unions and we're employers here. And we will work on that in the right way so that the society can feel it. Well, perhaps the best way to do it would be to make this transition unperceptible to the society. Hopefully we can arrange it like that. I thank you very much for devoting your time to this online meeting, and I'm very happy that we can meet at least this way online and debate some serious matters. We're trade unionists, and this is how we learn, how we get experience in negotiating things here on also on our market in Poland. So that's all from me. If anyone would like to take the floor, please do. And I hope to see you later on. Thank you. And I hope we'll be able to meet again online and offline. We'll be working on other projects and we'll be inviting you to participate. So we have this bond, we bonded, we can discuss things, and that discussion leads to some conclusions, some fruitful conclusions. So thank you, and stay well. And I also thank you, and I'm so very grateful and also very satisfied with what we've done here. As we are all aware, we can count on funding on this for this energy transition. Thank you.